breadth, the variety, the vibrancy of ideas and innovations that were presented and discussed. We did this without losing track of the importance of adaptation and the operationalization of the agreed upon loss and damage fund. That is not an easy balance to strike, but I believe we all managed it. And importantly, we did not shy away from the hard conversations either. We explored difficult questions around risk, viability, and financing. We asked ourselves honestly how we can make sure this is not merely the next idea of Africa's potential, but how we can actually make it happen. And we articulated clearly what we need from the global community. The Nairobi Declaration that the African Union is working towards formally adopting later today builds on both a lot of work done leading to the African Climate Summit and the discussions at this summit itself. It's set to capture both African commitments and our asks from the global community. Africa is ready to shape and accelerate its potential. We are counting on investors, innovators, buyers, policymakers, and regulators in Africa and beyond to work with us and make this happen. As inspiring as the African Climate Summit has been, it is only the beginning of our transformative journey. I have witnessed many new connections being made, and we have all had many deals and investments being announced over the past few days. I am confident that these were examples of much more that is to come. Because of both President Ruto and many of you have emphasized, the time for talk is over. It is time for action. Our political leaders and government institutions have a particular role to play, both in our respective countries and on international stages. The calendar for the remainder of the 2023 is packed with opportunities for us to jointly advance this agenda. Since the African Union is not yet a member of the G20, the opportunity to share our joint ideas and collect inputs at the upcoming G20 meeting in India rests with the only African G20 member, which is South Africa. Once adopted, the Nairobi Declaration will be taken forward to the United Nations. It will be shared at the UN General Assembly and the UN Secretary General's Climate Ambition Summit. The declaration also needs to be incorporated in one or more of the UN resolutions. This along with the G20, will also be a good opportunity to foster and shape international partnerships, both with other emerging and frontier economies and with industrialized high-income partners. In parallel, the results of the Africa Climate Summit and the Nairobi Declaration will feed into African countries' preparation for annual meetings of the World Bank Group and the IMF in October in Marrakesh. This preparation, obviously, is an ongoing process based on long-term engagement. Therefore, through the Committee of Heads of State and Government of Africa on Climate Change, we will seek to include our collective findings here into the appropriate multilateral preparation processes. Last but not least, we aspire for the Nairobi Declaration to form the basis of the Africa Common Position leading towards COP28. It is President Ruto's hope and expectations that we can keep the opportunity lens we applied at the Africa Climate Summit and the collective approach we took in our deliberations here. The African continent is incredibly diverse, and yet there is a lot of common ground in the opportunities and the associated asks of the global community. This common ground allows us to bring a strong shared perspective. In parallel, we can and should shape next steps in our own policies and regulations And I hope we can learn from each other as we do so, identifying, replicating, and scaling best practices. Lastly, and most importantly, we should transform potential into opportunities, and that requires action by all actors. Action on policy and regulations by the public sector, nationally, continentally, and globally, but also action to drive investment and innovation. Most of all, we ask for partnership and collaboration. On Monday, President Ruto asked us to leave traditional divides behind us. No more developed versus developing, north versus south, polluters versus victims. No challenge is more existential to mankind than climate change, and never before was there such an opportunity for transformative change that benefits all mankind and create a future-proof, shared, and equitable prosperity. Africa is ready to make this happen, and we look forward to safeguarding and supporting humanity's future together, and indeed, the future of all life on Earth. Thank you very much, and we will be coming back soon to present the endorsed and accepted African Climate Change Nairobi Declaration. With those few remarks, you will excuse me to hand over to our moderator, Ms. Kate Hampton, who will moderate the session, because I have to go and finalize the declaration. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to ask my esteemed speakers to come to the stage so that we can start the next session. And we'll try and be prompt. You've got a very exciting panel ahead today, and it was really inspiring to hear from Special Envoy Ali Mohammed how much progress has been made at this inaugural and inspiring Africa Climate Summit. So today we're going to talk about the route from here to COP28. I'm just checking, are there microphones on the seats? Philippa, are you joining us on the stage for this session? Not for this session? No, okay. Philippa, if you haven't met her, is an extraordinary young woman from Sierra Leone representing African children here today. So I'm stepping in for Ali, and I'm going to introduce our panelists today. We have Simon Steele, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC. You heard from him already, but he's going to reflect on the progress made here in Nairobi and talk about next steps. We also have Selwyn Hart from the UN Secretary General's office, who will also provide his reflections. We have Her Excellency Shama Mazrui from UAE, who is the COP28 Youth Champion, and I heard her already in the speaker's room advocating for stronger representative for young people throughout the climate process. And we're also going to hear from a youth representative herself, Elizabeth Watuti from the African Youth Assembly, who's going to share her comments. So some of the speakers will come to the podium, some will speak from their chairs, and we'll also have a little bit of Q&A as well. So thank you very much, and over to Simon.
Thank you, Kate. Excellencies, ministers, colleagues, friends, as we conclude the Africa Climate Summit, I want to congratulate you all on the effort to pull together a clear outcome. It is a powerful statement of Africa's climate position, with under just 3 months to go until COP28 in Dubai. Between now and then, we have a packed calendar of events and milestones the G20 summit this weekend, the UN Secretary General's Climate Ambition Summit, the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Marrakesh, 3 more regional climate weeks, pre-COP, the list goes on. But each a moment to build momentum and to push for ambitious outcomes at COP28, where we can help turn the outcomes of this summit into a global consensus, and most importantly, into reality. I also want to bring a dash of realism to this conversation. I like seeing you all. I consider you my friends. Lord, I see you in different locations around the world more than I see my own family. But I am concerned. I'm concerned that there is a lot of details we still need to work out. Heading from event to event doesn't leave us with a lot of constructive thinking time we desperately need to work out how to bridge the gaps that still divide us. You have demonstrated your ambition and actions, those happening now and those on the horizon. And you've outlined the support required on finance and technology to get the African continent on track. As a neutral broker and honest facilitator, we at the UNFCCC are here to help you and help you in the support that is required for your efforts. Let us go into COP28 knowing what we need to get out of it. And these include a robust backward and forward-looking global stocktake, commitments that are aligned with 1.5, a clear path to decarbonization, the finances to deliver these commitments and transition to green economies, which focus on the just realization of development, and a strong adaptation framework, an evident operationalization of the loss and damage fund and funding arrangements. Opportunities for growth and development abound when we apply innovation and sustainability to tackling climate change. That's my key takeaway from this summit. Let this be our approach in our work towards COP28 and beyond. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, that one works. I'm now going to turn to the Minister from UAE. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kate. Good morning, everyone. I can't help but think of the doom palm tree in Kenya. If you're not familiar with it, its fruits are produced after around 30 to 40 years of maturation, and it can be harvested when the tree is between 40 and 50 years old. Just imagine the amount of belief, persistence, and patience one must have to plant such a tree, to possibly enjoy its fruits, or even possibly pass this joy to their descendants. Let us take a moment to imagine the process together. They first need to choose the right seed, a seed that guarantees healthy plants 40 years later, a seed that can let light in and reflect back to them with extra joy, a seed with many health benefits in its fruit, and once they find it, they must plant the seed, and then they water the seed, and germination takes a while to come up out of the soil. Things are happening and progressing under the surface of the topsoil, but they just can't see it. Now they have to trust in that seed and in the environment that they created. They plant, they water, then they tend, and they let light shine on it. And then they wait. Perhaps the most difficult part of the process, which is what it is. It's a process. You have to wait. They stand their ground and watch what happens when it breaks free. Our work in climate action is of similar nature as the doom palm tree. Today, we're here celebrating the achievements as a culmination of huge, consistent efforts that started decades ago from different parties and the UNFCCC. And every seed we plant today together will continue to grow and flourish and thrive years later. My country, the United Arab Emirates, planted diverse seeds in youth empowerment and youth action. And today, we are enjoying the ripeness of these fruits. 60% of our negotiators at COP28 are youth. 36% of our COP28 presidency team are youth. Young people of the UAE have been involved in all of our NDCs and climate change strategy and policies federally. Young people worked on the Emirates Youth Climate Strategy. For 15 years, the Zayed Future Energy Sustainability Prize has been transforming the lives of young people across 151 countries, over 378 million young people. The prize engages the younger generation to rethink and reimagine the climate crisis. And today I'm beaming with happiness because I saw a couple of our alumni who are from Kenya and who have been able to use the funds of the prize to unlock and solve solutions in their own underprivileged communities. This year, why am I standing here? Because the COP28 presidency planted a seed to create the Youth Climate Champion portfolio to address the evident gap of meaningful youth participation in the COP process. The Youth Climate Champion role is a role dedicated to ensuring the inclusion of youth's voices and mainstreaming their meaningful participation and needs throughout all aspects of the COP28 process and the UAE presidency. But it makes me think, why are we late? It took us 28 years to think about including youth formally in the COP process, but over 60% of the world's population are below the age of 35. The math is clear. These are seeds that will deliver above par and will deliver above the business as usual. Now, considering the status quo of youth participation in climate action and previous COPs, the Youth Climate Champion role is not a straightforward role as it seems. A lot of watering, bright sunshine, and nurturing its seed is needed to make the Youth Climate Champion role bloom and continue. It's a collective effort through faith, patience, perseverance to make these flowers bloom. But I want to tell you something. You don't need to wait like the doom tree for 40 years. I'll tell you some of the fruits of the Youth Climate Champion role. We have launched already our International Youth Climate Delegates Program, 36 of which come from Africa. 10 are currently attending the Africa Climate Summit. There are 100 youth. It's a one-of-a-kind program to empower these delegates to participate in COP28 and beyond and engage in all processes. Side note, 78% come from SIDS and LDCs, and 72 of these youth have never been to COP before. The Youth Climate Champion partnered with Harvard to provide capacity building for hundreds of youth already. We launched our National Delegates Program in the UAE. We worked with UNFCCC on education pillars and capacity building as well, and the list goes on. But one of the fascinating things as well is the Youth Climate Champion is working on reforming the Conference of Youth, or what they call COI, policy input process to feed into the global statement, which will be represented and presented to leaders at COP28. Today, they're finalizing the Nairobi Declaration. One question you should ask, is there anything on youth in that declaration? Have youth been engaged? Is there youth inclusion? At COP28 in Dubai, you will experience a couple of new things. A transformative conference of youth experience for young people, a Youth Climate Champion Pavilion at the first of its kind at the heart of the Blue Zone, catering to young negotiators, ensuring inclusion, and another youth hub in the Green Zone that will welcome youth globally with domestic, regional, and international partners offering programming. But the Doom Palm Tree is not just about the fruit. The tree, or any tree, I think you all know, represents lasting legacy of strength, resilience, and durability. And legacy embodies the values and the virtues of selflessness and sacrifice. And that's part of a bit of my country's DNA. The seed of the Youth Climate Champion is young people's dreams. And this is what we're asking for. We hope that consecutive hosting countries of COP make youth inclusion part of their operating manual, part of their status quo, one that is the new normal, that has structures and policies to ensure youth inclusion remains continuous and mainstreamed. Thank you for watering the Youth Climate Champion seed. This will be a narrative in history, the blossoming of a heartwarming tale of a humble seed that grows into a magnificent tree of inclusion, of unity. Let us continue to nourish it with implementation and with action, not rhetoric. But it really requires patience, it requires persistence and hope. And I promise you, harvest time of this seed will be a blessing. You might just see the seeds, but I see the stem, and I see the living trunk, and I see the trees. Thank you so much, and asante.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm now going to turn to Elizabeth Watuti, who is living proof of everything the Minister just said. Elizabeth, are you going to speak from the podium as well? Okay, over to you.
Thank you so much. I want to begin by saying that young people are the greatest assets that the African continent has. And young people can be everything and anything, provided we invest in their ideas, we invest in their solutions, and we invest in everything that they're bringing to shape and upscale Africa's green growth agenda. Before the start of this summit, we had a 3-day African Youth Climate Assembly, where young people from different parts across this continent came together to unite and amplify their voices as one. And they came together to showcase their ideas, because Africa is indeed rich of resources and ideas and solutions to address the climate crisis. We had a lot of innovations, ideas, and solutions from our young people across every part of this continent. And as part of the outcomes of the African Youth Climate Assembly, we also got an African Youth Climate Declaration. And the purpose of the declaration was for us to reduce the distance between the ideas and the innovations that we all have and that we are all talking about to execution, because we have to narrow that gap between our ideas, our innovations, and the executions. And it is our hope that, as Minister Sharma has asked regarding the declaration, where is the place for young people? And it is our hope that part of the key asks that we have put forward through the Youth Declaration are also going to feature into the Nairobi Declaration. And one of the key asks that young people put forward through this assembly is that we want to be systematically embedded, because this is the time when young people are no longer going to be conference attendees or watching from the sidelines, but they have proven that they are actually solution providers, and they are innovating and bringing ideas that are shaping and changing the face of our continent and driving Africa's green growth agenda. And at the same time, for the young people across the African continent, we have definitely redefined what climate action looks like. We have redefined how our ideas and the solutions we bring to the table can be able to be part and parcel of the solution. And we cannot balkanize youth under one blanket, because we have to bear in mind that African youths also face many more challenges, but at the same time, African youths are driving solutions at the local level, driving solutions at the regional level, and driving solutions worldwide. And I am here to vouch for African youth to make sure that they have a place and a space at the existing climate and decision-making frameworks. Right now, African youths are now more focused on being the drivers of sustainable change. And we have seen the demonstrations, even from the look at the Expo Center, where a lot of the young people that are exhibiting the solutions they're driving were also part of the African Youth Climate Assembly. Therefore, the policies and the commitments that will be adopted from both our Assembly and the Africa Climate Summit should be implemented at the national, regional, and global levels to meet the collective climate adaptation goals. And we have to make sure that as part of this summit, that we embrace the longevity of how we are embracing and engaging our future generations, because they definitely have a greater stake at this. And as part of our declaration, part of the key asks were also an intergenerational green investment fund that allows for young people to collectively continue to upscale their innovations and their solutions and their ideas to the scale that Africa needs to address the climate crisis. And we hope that as part of the outcomes of this summit, that these solutions we are bringing to the table, that our voices that we have united and amplified are going to be embraced as part of this summit. And to conclude, we all know that when the last tree has been cut down and the last fish has been caught and the last river poisoned, that's the only time we are going to realize that we cannot indeed eat money. And this is a proverb that reminds us of the need to make sure that we are preserving this planet for the generations to come, and that we are making sure that our generations are part and parcel of the decision-making frameworks. Thank you so much. And I would like to, since I have a few copies of the African Youth Climate Declaration, I'd like to request to kindly submit to the COP28 presidencies and also the UNFCCC, since these are the outcomes that we're driving through to COP28 and also to UNGA, because we have an entire roadmap that ensures that it's not just about being in the conferences, but it's about the actions that we take out there and on the ground. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. And you're handing over your declaration to Simon and the Minister. Do you have a spare copy for Selwyn as well? Excellent. And to get to the highest reaches of the UN. We have a wonderful late addition to our panel. I'm really pleased to introduce Priscilla Akachakpa from the Women's Environment Programme. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, I stand here on behalf of the many African women and girls who are custodians of the land, nurturers of life, keepers of our communities, and keepers of knowledge, and wishes to inform this audience that we had a pre-summit to affirm our collective and steadfast commitment to protecting our continent, our countries, our communities, and our planet from the devastating effects of the climate crisis. I am here to demonstrate that the leadership of African women and to assert our presence in decision-making processes. We refuse to be constrained by colonial borders, and I'm here to declare and embrace Pan-Africanism values. We are profoundly worried about the loss of forests and communities in Congo, the conflicts in West Africa, sub-region, and the dreadful conditions of women and children in camps as a result of extreme weather events in Mozambique, Malawi, Kenya, and Nigeria, among others. We invoke the Ubuntu philosophy, and in my language, Ayatutuko no Kase, to remind ourselves and our leaders that the climate catastrophe and its interconnected challenges necessitate unity and solidarity. We stand together in our different identities, representing women from the hills and the mountains to the savannah and islands, women from agricultural to pastoral communities, women from government to civil society and academics, and women of all ages and differing abilities. On this day, we convey a clear and resounding message to African nations, the African Union, and their linked institutions. The voices of African women should never be an afterthought. We refuse to be tokenized, used to garnish panels, or used to meet inclusiveness at quotas, because African women make up the majority of the population on this continent. Climate depends thoughts, decisions, and actions must be led by us, for us, and with us, rather than dedicated by businesses or so-called developed imperialist partners and their agencies. It is intolerable for African women's voices and agendas to be excluded and marginalized on their own soil by our own institutions. We gathered on the outskirts of this meeting to express our concerns and hold the global north and climate polluters accountable. African women are keeping a careful eye on them. Their only role in this summit should be to agree to carrying out their responsibilities, providing their due share of grant funding, and abstaining from supporting damaging market-based schemes in the name of climate solutions. The struggles of young women in island and island communities, women-scale farmers dealing with unpredictable weather patterns, women living with disabilities in the face of climate emergencies, and women living in urban communities are stark reminders of the impacts, losses, and damages that are being experienced on this continent. The voices of these communities must be central to the agenda of this climate summit. Importantly, we are here to claim and own our complex realities for those who believe that African women are helpless, victims waiting to be served. Yes, we're among the most affected by the climate issue, but we are also the architects of genuine, long-term, and gender-just climate solutions. As we move from Nairobi to COP28, we urge our leaders, and indeed the world leaders, to commit to putting African women's leadership at the center of climate action. Women are underrepresented in global climate change policy processes in Africa. African governments must actively encourage and promote women's participation and engagement in all elements of climate policy, from design to implementation and monitoring, and ensure that they're contextually relevant to their experience and lived realities. We also we demand climate finance in the form of grants and public funding, guided by the principles of collective but differentiated responsibilities. The establishment of a loss and damage fund to cover economic and non-economic losses and damages, and a stronger financial commitment during the global stock take and new collective and quantified goal is what we're asking for. We reject forced solutions on our land that are aimed to generate private profit and legitimize the global north's lack of ambition in decreasing emissions. Carbon markets and geoengineering are bogus solutions that hurt our planet and people. Net zero is not true net zero. We call them to commit on delivering on the 2003 Maputo Declaration by allocating at least 10% of African countries' national budget to domestic agricultural financing. Only gender-just and Pan-African policies and solutions that protect indigenous farmers and traditional farmers' system from commoditization, the effects of climate change, and capture of multinational corporations promoting industrial agriculture can ensure Africans' food and nutrition security. We call that involve African. We want our leaders to involve African individuals and communities actively and systematically in climate change awareness programs and climate activities to enhance community ownership of climate initiatives, particularly in adaptation, just transition, and catastrophic risk efforts. For the global north, we call on them to reduce your emissions by eliminating fossil fuels now. Contribute your fair share of grant and public funding rather than loans and private market-based finance. Remove yourself from the perspective of the colonial past. Multilateral spaces must embrace collaborative leadership concepts and put an end to the overt and covert control of the global north. Africa and other states from the global south have the right to equal decision-making in the international processes. We, African women, pledge to do everything in our power to free ourselves and our communities from the exploitation of existing economic and social institutions that have contributed to the difficulties we face today. Allow our voices to be heard, and let our actions serve as a light of hope for a more sustainable and just future for all. In solidarity, we stand with all African women who are not here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. And just for the audience, we won't have time for a discussion, but we will keep going for a few more minutes because I think it's crucial also to hear from my good friend Selwyn, who's going to tell us what's going to happen at the UN General Assembly and the Climate Action Summit on the way to COP. Thank you, Selwyn. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate, and good morning to all of you. And first, let me extend congratulations to all of you as reflect on the outcomes of the summit for really ensuring that the world has clearly heard the priorities of Africa. It's heard from African civil society organizations, it's heard from African leaders, and it's heard from African young people as well. And the convening of this summit really comes at a critical juncture on the road to COP28, but also a critical juncture in our fight against the climate crisis. The reality is that we're way off track. Every indicator on climate is heading in the wrong direction. Global emissions are at their highest levels, and they continue to rise. At a moment when the world should be reducing its production and use of fossil fuels, we're seeing massive expansion in fossil fuels, primarily led by countries in the G7 and other developed countries. The reality is that as we move close to the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement, impacts will rise, and we're already bearing witness to this. And these impacts are being disproportionately felt in countries and regions like Africa that have contributed the least to the climate crisis. So as the Secretary General clearly indicated yesterday, we have this enormous global challenge of significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions. 20 countries account for 80% of global emissions. And we also need to urgently deliver climate justice to those on the front lines of the climate crisis. At this summit, we've clearly heard from Africa that its priority is to pursue an accelerated transition. It's just an equitable transition to a renewable energy, climate resilient future. But in order to enable that pursuit and acceleration, it requires enabling conditions at the global level. Access to affordable finance at scale, fair trading arrangements, debt relief, access to technologies, reform of the international financial architecture, to name some of the priorities that have been expressed by many African leaders. So in a real sense, the ball is now in the court of many who showed up here over the course of these last few days and made these eloquent statements. It cannot be business as usual. Promises made must be promises kept. We in the United Nations and the Secretary General, he intends to hold everyone to account. And this is the premise for his Climate Ambition Summit on the 20th of September. He has invited all countries to participate. All countries have been invited to participate. But there is a price of entry. In his invitation to leaders, he has clearly defined, as he did yesterday, what he expects leaders to deliver. He expects the developed countries to honor their commitments on finance. He expects them to contribute to the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. He expects all major economies, as he said yesterday, to fast forward their net zero commitments, to clearly identify how they intend to phase out fossil fuels and how they intend to deliver climate justice to those on the front lines of the climate crisis. He's established a deadline of September 7th, the next few days, for leaders and countries to respond to his letter of invitation. He's also extended an open invitation to the private sector and to financial institutions and to cities and regions. He's asked them to produce credible transition plans with interim targets, transition plans with targets that are aligned with the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement, targets that don't involve greenwashing, targets with fossil fuel phase-out plans, and as well as commitments to support a just and equitable transition. Those that have made or are able to meet this bar of entry will gain access to participate in the Secretary General's Climate Ambition Summit. And finally, I want to assure all of you that the voices of Africa, African leaders, African civil society, African young people will be heard at the Secretary General's Climate Ambition Summit. The priorities of Africa, President Ruto has been invited, and I was just discussing with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, of course, you are invited to the Secretary General's Climate Ambition Summit to really provide and ensure that the voices of African young people are heard at this important global gathering. So, as we reflect on this moment, as we reflect on this summit, it is absolutely clear that there's a lot of unfinished business. Africa has spoken, the world has listened, but now the world needs to act to deliver on Africa's priorities. I thank you.
Thank you, Selwyn, and thank you for that commitment to ensure that African voices are heard at the Climate Ambition Summit. Priscilla is already on the case for African women as well. So looking forward to seeing those of you that can make it in New York. You'll be happy to hear I'm not going to make a speech. I'm just going to make a couple of wrap-up comments. I just want to highlight one thing that Selwyn spoke about, which is transition plans. And for those of you that aren't familiar with the language, Transition plans are about what you commit to do today in order to change what you were going to do over the next 5 years. We have very little time to halve global emissions, and indeed, as the speakers have said, the responsibility sits with the biggest polluters. But all of us need to think about commitments we can make today to change the trajectory over the next 5 years. And the COP28 will be about the global stock take, and the action track and the negotiations should come together. And I just want to echo something, because he's in the audience. Mo Ibrahim talked yesterday about the importance of governance. And we need fair, transparent, and fit-for-purpose governance at every level of implementation of the green transition. We need a whole-of-society mobilization, as we have heard from the speakers. Climate change is no longer a small issue on the menu of environmentalists and ministries of environment. It requires heads of state, ministers of finance, CEOs, village leaders, religious leaders, a whole of society mobilization to drive the ambition that we need. And I'm very much hoping that here today at the Africa Climate Summit, the African Union Declaration is going to provide a new standard in that whole of society mobilization for transition. So I would like you to give a round of applause to our speakers, and you'll be hearing more from them, I'm sure, over the coming months. And we're very much looking forward to handing back to the Kenyan government to share with us what has been achieved over the last few days. So thank you very much to our speakers, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Safia nuari moyale. Safari kante barane kara moyale. Sirada sifte barane tarbeno lale. Sirada sifte barane tarbeno lale. Lo hoya yo yo magalo Safia wari moyale.
Joma beyo, joma chungile, kiti yo mate, kendo gigero pinywa, anapuyo, anapako, anaera chielma wango edala waka. Joma beyo, joma chungile, kiti yo mate, kendo gigero pinywa, anapuyo, anapako, jodala.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata,
twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata,
oh, nchi yenye baraka.
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Kenya yetu mimi najivunia, utulivu kweli twafurahia. Omorembe chanyogokera, buya mono chisokoro chaito. Obosibore twabochengera.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata,
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata,
twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata,
oh, nchi yenye baraka.
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Utangamano wetu wafurahisha, umoja wetu sote wapendeza. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu. Daima tudumishe amani, upendo na umoja. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu. Daima tudumishe amani, upendo na umoja.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata,
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata,
twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
oh.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible and entirely another to make it happen. This summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We do all that, but it doesn't count for much. But we do it anyway, because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South must come to an end.
Ukichoka kwa yakini, kivuli wakimbilia. Ukiwa nayo imani, hewa safi takujia. Tena huku umeamini, matunda tapata pia. Tena huku umeamini, matunda tapata pia. Kiangazi kiingia, ni miti inazuia. Tena hutusaidia, mvua kutupatia. Na wanyama wetu pia, makao kujipatia. Na wanyama wetu pia, makao kujipatia. Momonyoko wa ardhi, ni miti inazuia. Mazao kutukabidhi, tena yale yakishua. Rutuba huwa ya hadhi, kukata tukizuia. Rutuba huwa ya hadhi, kukata tukizuia. Miti wananchi, Wakenya tuikuzeni. Vyema tukizingatia bendera yetu ya Kenya, kijani tajionea, chini yake imepenya, inadhihiri mimea, lazima tuipe mwanya. Inadhihiri mimea, lazima tuipe mwanya. Kijani kiwa kibichi, Kenya yetu tapendeza. Nchi kavu hadi bichi, watalii watacheza. Wageni nje ya nchi, mapeni wataingiza. Wageni nje ya nchi, mapeni wataingiza. Nikisema tukuzeni, na maanisha kupanda. Michetu inunueni, kwa furaha na kupenda. Majembe na tushikeni, shambani tuanze kwenda. Majembe na tushikeni, shambani tuanze kwenda. Miti wananchi, Wakenya
Vazvababata pamuriri pasina raramo. Vazvabatumbuka pamuriri pasina raramo. What shall we do? Since what shall we do? Oh, Todi. What shall we do? Since what shall we do? Yeah, Todi. What shall we do? What shall we do? What shall we do? Oh, Todi. What shall we do? What shall we do? Yeah, Todi. What shall we do? Achiziva unawo utachiwana. Ende uchiziva unawo
ngare ngare akwaro mengare ona nena chono ngare ngare akwachona ngare ngare buko tukwa weziya na oya ngari ya ngome dole koro dio duko kwa mama ina kene kyane kwa ngari ngare ngare no boya ngai ewaya ngai ewaya ngai ewaya yangerare gatengare na tiandi gakongare ona nena boatero ngare ngare buko tukwa weziya na oya ngari ya ngome dole koro dio duko kwa mama ina kene kyane kwa ngari ngare ngare no boya ngai ewaya ngai ewaya ngai ewaya ngai ewaya ngai ewaya
Maria yo gendo gora ugaro ere dio yo jage moju angunga
Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaro ere dio jage moju angunga
Eradina gendo gora ugaro ere dio jage moju angunga
Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaro ere dio jage moju angunga
Joma beyo, joma chungile, kiti yo mate, kendo gigero pinywa, anapuoyo anapako anahera chien ma wango e dala waka. Joma beyo, joma chungile, kiti yo mate, kendo gigero pinywa, anapuoyo anapako jodala.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Tawakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Najivunia utulivu kweli twafurahia omorembe twanyogokera buya mono chisokoro chaito obosibore twabotengera.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Tawakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Utangamano wetu wafurahisha, umoja wetu sote wapendeza. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu, daima tudumishe
kukaribisha kwetu.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Oh, nchi yenye baraka.
Hakuna matata.
Mi mzalendo, nitaijenga Kenya yangu. Niendapo Kenya ni mama yangu. Niwe liwalo hapa nyumbani kwangu. Kote kote ubora tueneze. Vile vile pia tuwajibike. Wananchi sote tumakinike.
Tungane tudumishe amani. Wakenya tuishi kwa umoja. Ni nguzo yetu si wazalendo.
Hii ni moto watu wangu. Ale, 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 ale. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Danser, 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 danser. Danser, 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 danser. Danser, 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 danser.
PPMC Production.
Haya bono twajagire rero tigatoratera kegeni kiari moigori tukubuna rero abageni bari tugongo boringa yamure watera bubono minto turatenga raitu mwana minto twende etwani yabugire etwani yabugire etwani yabugire etwani yabugire etwani enze yaito yabugire gekoranju bwenda nyama no murembe yabugire gekoranju bugambye buya no burembe yabugire gekoranju bugambye buya no burembe twanye ito ya Kenya ngaingo janji ko yerora baba haya bano nane tuirani ya kabere tata tete ko wa matera maya yo kokokia tagara bana magana takite ko badebia manzu gaitu gata twende aye baba digato tere aye baba digato tere enze yaitu ne omorembe enze yaitu ne omorembe wanjani no mo boto konye wanjani no mo boto konye abakenya rindi tene nato denge abakenya rindi tene nato denge abantu twenzi tene nato denge abantu twenzi tene nato denge denga dengiere Kenya ya ito eyo mwando o kanjani amono morembe indo to jamo
Hey!
Kenya yaito Abo mindo Abo manu bwanjani Igabo tokonye Mindo to jamo Akito bwaterane Tuaga Kenya Kenya ngia Ketwani yabugire
Ukichoka kwa yakini, kivuli wakimbilia. Ukiwa nayo imani, hewa safi takujia. Tena huku umeamini, matunda tapata pia. Tena huku umeamini, matunda tapata pia. Kiangazi kiingia, ni miti inazuia. Tena hutusaidia, mvua kutupatia. Na wanyama wetu pia, makao kujipatia. Na wanyama wetu pia, makao kujipatia. Momonyoko wa ardhi, ni miti inazuia. Mazao kutukabidhi, tena yale yakishua. Rutuba huwa ya hadhi, kukata tukizuia. Rutuba huwa ya hadhi, kukata tukizuia. Miti wananchi wa Kenya tuikuzeni. Vyema tukizingatia bendera yetu ya Kenya, kijani tajionea. Chini yake imepenya, inadhihiri mimea. Lazima tuipe mwanya, inadhihiri mimea. Lazima tuipe mwanya. Kijani kiwa kibichi, Kenya yetu tapendeza. Nchi kavu hadi bichi, watalii watacheza. Wageni nje ya nchi, mapeni wataingiza. Wageni nje ya nchi, mapeni wataingiza. Nikisema tukuzeni, na maanisha kupanda. Miche tuinunueni, kwa furaha na kupenda. Majembe na tushikeni, shambani tuanze kwenda. Majembe na tushikeni, shambani tuanze kwenda. Miti wananchi wa Kenya tuikuzeni. Umoja wetu wa kitaifa ndio nguzo ya nchi yetu. Tukiungana sote pamoja, tutaijenga Kenya yetu.
Kwa amani na upendo, tuendeleze utu wetu. Haya yote tukizingatia, baraka tele tutapokea.
Vijana, wazee, kina mama, tunaweza tukiungana. Furaha, usawa na ustawi, Mungu Baba tatujalia. So pull up, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. So pull up, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. To Kenya duto wanjo toka chiel.
Forori wito ne moradhime, to ikaranie hamwe na thayo. Maya mothene magegania, to initwathe twi hamwe.
So pull up, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. So pull up, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. Pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Tutaishi milele.
Tunaapa tutaungana.
Pamoja tutasimama tena na tena. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele.
Equator Peyoko, Ajanikini Hawapoyako, Equator Peyoko, Anyunyako Yeriako, Equator Peyoko, Anyuni Hanapeyako, Equator Peyoko, Akitingi Yeriako, Equator Peyoko, Anyuni Keniako, Equator Peyoko, Akipukumi Yodi, Equator Peyoko, Anyuni Yakotela, Equator Peyoko, Ajanikini Kenya, 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 Kenya de yetal gumo Suva gerek langa do marai gel gumo Serel gerek la ingo be mordai shongo bang Serel gerek la du miesiri yango bay Suva gerek la sila niña titile 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 Akujito pia kako ani buni yo Kenya ki yo poroko choki boy ginoria erara na kajo kakane iya ngitalio iya lukania iya to iya ngodi iya kodogwan iya ri iya ngatunyu go Kenya, 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 so far you get the land, say I need Kenya, so far you get the land, say I need Ocean my rugo tomorrow, Sebata Monte by Ningabo, Nemetoke to Motenembajo, Nemetic, I saw the Rabani, let live in peace and harmony, one tribe, one culture, liberty, together and got no fun unity, and we bless our nation. Ocean my rugo tomorrow, Sebata Monte by Ningabo, Nemetoke to Motenembajo, Nemetic, I saw the Rabani, let live in peace and harmony, one tribe, one culture, liberty, together and got no fun unity, and we bless our nation. Amen. Morikina to eloginia ekidili bore kajogon echami ibore kajogon ajoki di kecalakara ikibuko na bonga pot iya boya kedunya dekang morikina to eloginia ekidili bore kajogon echami ibore kajokon ajoki de kechalakara ikibuko na bonga koto itelana watu ya morikinodia mani atachaman edila atara tangipe itelana watu ya morikinodia mani atachaman edila atara tangipe tuungane wakenya pamoja tujengane tupendane kama familia tulindane jukumu lako jukumu langu tudumishe usalama pamoja tusonge mbele kwa pamoja sisi wa Kenya Utofauti wetu ndio nguvu yetu, urithi wetu ndio fahari yetu. Tushikane mikono, tuje pamoja, tukimwomba Mungu tutasonga mbele. Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu. Twafurahia fahari yetu.
Mazao ya shamba, ardhi yenye rutuba, tuna madini yetu, umoja wetu tunaridhia. Jambo Bwana, 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 hakuna matata, matata, matata. Tuna uhuru wa kujieleza he, kwa lugha zetu na miziki yetu he. Kenya yetu kweli inapendeza he. We thank God, we say amen. Tunawe adhi wa kwerutira hey. Onduire wito na ogai wito hey. Kenya yuto ne andekete hey. Twashoche gatho toga amen.
Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu. Twafurahia fahari yetu.
Umoja ni ngao, twajivunia mila na desturi, twasherekea utamaduni wetu. Unavutia amani, unavutia upendo, kibugaye atumye. Iberurat korenyo, nyerani bete fahari wito. Iberurat korenyo,
Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu.
Iberurat korenyo, nyerani bete fahari wito. Iberurat korenyo,
twafurahia fahari yetu. Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu. Twafurahia fahari yetu.
BMC Production.
Kamabeka, 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 Kamabeka.
Hey, bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe gundi waya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko bulayi bwa kubanenda kamatunda ko buru mu Kenya noba nokenda mu Kenya mwefe muno ola kupaliana nena sombo imyanda kwa mwana bulayi po nocha muchisekita chobusilihi kama dipabona kwakhulingaki nocha sya masomo yosisokhoka wala enyuma tawe wana kama masomo ke primary khusoma sa free nocha mubulimi birukwa nende birakwa bana busa khwikhoera ewewe omukeni icha wibonere khucha ewe mukenya muno ewalo mazina ngali ai uli nende mulembe kuno okuwambanya alala ai uli nende mulembe ewalakakaba kupela zandi mugali ai uli nende mulembe newelakakaba kupela zandi mugali ai uli nende mulembe
Jaba chimalo managone nyenome Emboko ya balu yese waya goni roche Tuno limbe muletera waya mulire Benji wa Kenya kuline do mulembe Nendo ulala mungoma na kuzima nenge Abinju birogola ukole kwesi yalala Akami biachala kuze kwesi yalala Nakama ulimi mayu ukole kwesi yalala Nakama Kenya runa ukole kwesi yalala Sekita bali mbali ukole kwesi yalala
Mukenya muno awalo mazina ngali Ai ulinende mulembe Mulembe kuno muwambanya lala Ai ulinende mulembe Ewera kakaba ukupira zandi mugaliwe Ai ulinende mulembe Ewera kakaba ukupira zandi mugali Ai ulinende mulembe Kamabeka 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 Kamabeka
Nijenge nikujenge tujengane
PPMC Production.
Tunakisawa, kila mtu anapawa, hata Maulana hajawahi kutugawa. Tulichafuta amani, tukatoka huko mbali, yapaswa tuzidi pamoja, dumisha amani, tokonyane, asitoranyane, emakulweta, wadomre.
Nikujenge, tutengane kwa usawa, mimi nawe tushikane pamoja, twasonga mbele.
Yo Kisumo Kenya dudo
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs. mama tetema. Whoa, 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 mama tetema. Kisha kimempa.
You go bow for the result, oh. Nothing to discuss, oh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just to announce that we are still waiting for our excellencies to finish. They'll be here shortly. We've been given an ETA of around 15 minutes. So kindly, if you need to use the bathroom or anything, this would be a good time to do that, because once they come in, we'll just go straight into the program for this afternoon. So just as a matter of, or a point of information, we are working with around 15 minutes or less, and the presidents will be here to read the declarations, and as a result, once they come in, we'll go straight into the program of the afternoon. So just as a point of update and letting you know. Thank you for your patience. Let's still keep in the room because we are working and we're playing it by ear. Just as soon as they finish, they'll just walk down and join us in here. We're working with around 15 minutes, give or take. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, 15 minutes or less. Looks like we're working with less, so kindly let's settle down. The excellencies are done with the session they had in the amphitheater, so it's time for us to settle down and prepare for them to arrive so that we can now have the final declarations read from here. So kindly, this is a request that we settle down. Those of us who probably are still milling around, let's settle down as we are expecting them any time now. So please, let's settle down. Thank you. All right, so please let's settle down. They're going to be walking in any minute now. Let's settle down, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the grand inaugural Africa Climate Summit. Over the past 2 days, debates have been had, discussions have been had, reforms have been undertaken, and today is D-Day. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, here we stand, and change you must. At this point in time, why don't we put our hands together as I now welcome His Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to take his chair on the stage, also joined by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, to join him on stage as well. Your Excellencies, at this point, we'll have the reading of the statements from both the Excellencies. Welcome.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais d'abord vous dire.
I want to tell you that this morning there was a meeting in which the heads of state and government and heads of delegation as well as African ministers, and they considered the declaration of Nairobi, which has just been adopted. Excellency Mr. President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, heads of state and government and heads of delegation, honorable ministers, commissioners of the African Union, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of 3 days of intense discussions and exchange of views on African priorities as regards climate change. Everything has been considered, the narrative, the context, the challenge that climate change has thrown to us and the strengthening of African leadership and also sustainable environmental development, international responsibility and their responsibility to Africa and others. The Nairobi Declaration has been adopted unanimously and by acclamation. Our summit has been a great success, and I particularly want to thank President William Ruto, his government and the people of Kenya, and also want to express my gratitude to the member states, to the leaders of African Union who at all levels have made tremendous efforts. Our international partners have been also with us, and I want also to sincerely thank them. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a central issue has to be underscored. The implementation of our decision to decide is good, but the implementation is better. The United Nations will soon convene an international conference on the same theme, and COP28 will be organized in the United Arab Emirates very soon. Africa, with the Nairobi spirit, should in no way lose these two opportunities in order to push forward its own agenda for more climate justice, for more concrete action and honoring of commitments, and also for the need for adaptation and transition. These two events that have been mentioned, but before that we need to galvanize and muster all our efforts and bring in these dynamics On my part, I want to urge that I will mobilize the potentials and resources of the African Union in order to be alert to the Nairobi spirit and to make the greatest contribution to the mobilization and the unification of African voice. As it has been requested in the declaration, the African Union will work out a roadmap for this declaration and will propose to the member states to make climate change the theme of 2025-2026. Similarly, a proposal is made to the member states so that the African climate change be institutionalized and be held every 2 years. So let us fix our idea on the next summit in 2 years' time. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Musa Faki, Chair of the AUC, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates. I remain immensely privileged to have the tremendous honor of receiving and hosting you in Kenya for the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi. Your presence has sent an emphatic signal throughout the world that a new Africa is here and that it means business. Your participation in the summit has further demonstrated your individual as well as our collective dedication to represent our peoples and champion their most important aspirations in every critical forum, regionally, continentally, and globally. The Nairobi Declaration, our common stand and firm resolution, reaffirms our determination and sets the stage for a new phase in the global climate action and sustainable development agenda, giving the future of socio-economic transformation distinct and an affirmative African character. I take none of this for granted, and I commend, honor, and thank you for your tireless effort, steadfast support, and willingness to go the extra mile for the sake of a brighter future for Africa and for humanity. As a result of our collective action, there can no longer be any doubt in any part of the world that Africa, humankind's cradle, is also its destiny. Our potential, made up of incomparable young, resilient, and motivated human capital, natural resource wealth, and green energy potential is going to define the future of global opportunity for unprecedented prosperity and a new paradigm of industrialization that respects the environment and supports our planet's capacity to sustain biodiversity. We have successfully demonstrated that African solutions are not just appropriate for Africa's problems, they are necessary for global well-being. Our Agenda 2063 is an agenda for the benefit of all humankind, and the Africa we want aligns with the planet we need. The cradle of humankind is also its destiny, and Africa is the future, I dare say, of the world. Permit me, Excellencies, to express how profound and proud I am of the quality and scale of what we have been able to accomplish in this inaugural Africa Climate Summit. The boldness, vision, diversity, and thoroughness of the contributions made here in terms of debate, exhibitions, collaborations, and other activities have been deeply encouraging and also inspiring. During this action-focused summit, various stakeholders, including governments, the private sector, multilateral banks, and philanthropists, have made substantial commitments totaling a remarkable US dollars 23 billion for green growth, mitigation, and adaptation efforts across Africa. Let us give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Notable highlights include a transformative partnership investing US dollars 60 million over 2 years in expanding grid access in rural Burundi. A US dollars 4.5 billion commitment from the UAE, represented here by my brother, to boost renewable energy. Substantial contribution from the European nations and significant investments from the private sector, entities like Mazda, PowerGen, Leapfrog, Gross Boundary, and Husk Power, emphasizing renewable energy initiatives. The signing of Kenya's green hydrogen strategy with the European Union is expected to drive and accelerate green manufacturing and create thousands of new high-value jobs in addition to attracting large private sector investments. Additionally, there has been a notable increase in adaptation financing, reflecting a deep commitment to Africa's sustainable future and energy systems, aligning with the ambitious Nairobi Declaration. Our youth have not been left behind in the robust conversation that has taken place at this summit. They have provided us with excellent models on how we must approach our date with an African future, by being open to possibility, bold in imagination, and willing to embrace radical and radically transformative technologies, ready to question the things we take for granted and explore new alternatives, and most of all, always seeking opportunities to collaborate locally as well as globally to achieve positive change. Our youth stand out in this summit, and congratulations to them. It is wonderfully appropriate that Africa is a young continent. The future does not merely belong to us. Our youth make us the future. Proceeding on the recognition that the reform of the multilateral financial architecture and the mobilization of adequate financial resources is necessary for progress in our journey into the future, we have challenged the international community to exercise a level of imagination in governance and climate action that is commensurate with the imperatives to overcome the immense existential challenges of our time. I am satisfied that we have done very well in our first Africa Climate Summit. I'm delighted that much progress has taken place here, proud that we gave yours best, and grateful for your steadfast support and commitment to our collective aspirations and unity. With humility, I thank you for kindly accepting our invitation to attend this summit. I don't take for granted everybody's attendance, big and small, and for your patience throughout the proceedings. I know some of them were long, you had to wait, but you demonstrated unimaginable patience. I want to say thank you very much. It was necessary. Your devotion to Africa's contribution to the transformation of global climate action is exemplary and admirable. I thank the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change for giving me the opportunity to champion this phase of our continent's journey to global leadership and in climate action and green industrialization. And I promise that I will do my very best. I also thank the Africa Union and the Africa Union Commission for their unstinting support for my leadership at the CAHOS and for this summit. Musa Faki and your team, Joseka and your team, thank you very much. Much has gone into the preparation as well as the conduct of the actual summit. The political and technical support has been equally vital for our successful management of these, of logistical, technical, diplomatic, financial, and other requirements. The declaration we make to the world today defines and amplifies the African position on the way forward in climate action and the fundamentals that the international community must attend to in order to ensure that humanity's economic and ecological imperatives are effectively, coherently, and sustainably achieved. Going forward, we shall use every available opportunity in the busy multilateral calendar, from the G20 meeting, the United Nations General Assembly in a fortnight, the annual meetings of the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund soon thereafter, as well as the COP28 to further prosecute our agenda. After our declaration, let us go home satisfied with a job very well done, proud of our progress we have made, and eager to embark on the next phase of our transformation everywhere on our continent. I know we've come from different corners of this continent. Please go home with your head very high. You have done very well. Congratulations. May God bless you. May God bless our great continent. And may God bless humanity. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Maybe by conclusion, I gave you some lessons. Mambo? Okay, let's start. Jambo? Okay, let me do it again. When I say jambo, you say jambo. Hello, hello. Jambo? Good. When I say mambo, how are things? You say poa. You say things are cool. In fact, poa means cool. Okay, mambo? Mambo? One final lesson. How to say thank you. You say asante. You can add asante sana. Means thank you very much. Can we go? Asante? Very good. So at least you have some lessons from home. I told you this is home, right? So thank you very much. My very best wishes, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. A bigger round of applause, please, as they take their seats. An important moment for Africa. A new Africa is here. Africa means business. One voice, collective action is what we've seen, a new paradigm. Congratulations to all the African leadership that have made the time to come. that have stood forward, that have spoken, that are driving this agenda. Asante sana. And we are all in it together, so Your Excellency, a little bit of time for responses. We're going to hear from a few, very short. I will be standing by. We'll hear from a few stakeholders. And first and foremost, allow me to welcome Dr. James Mwangi, CEO of Equity Bank, who's going to speak on behalf of the private sector. Here is James. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, we, the private sector of Africa, take this opportunity offered by the African Climate Summit 2023 to affirm our commitment and support in recognition of what our governments have been able to achieve. We feel, as the private sector, we have a role and a responsibility to work together with our governments to deliver on the commitments that the governments have made to the African people. The effort to address climate issues, we will start as a partner and deeply applaud the commitment of the African states to address climate action and to drive green growth and climate finance. We declare our support to the African Declaration and pledge our commitment in very specific areas, namely, on climate finance, we commit to establish mechanisms that scale up green investments from the private sector. On green investment, we commit to adopt green and circular business models, designing products that are environmentally friendly and ensure integration of sustainability throughout the value chains. On decarbonization, we commit to actively seek opportunities for nature-based solutions in decarbonization plans and our commitment to net zero, carbon markets, and just transition. On green transition minerals, we commit to invest in green mineral projects and their value chains to provide fair working conditions, ensure equitable wages, and safeguard the health and safety of employees and any informal sector participants. On food and agriculture, we commit to create critical infrastructure such as refrigeration facilities, warehouses to reduce post-production waste and support market and trade opportunities. Your Excellencies, we pledge our commitment to work together with our governments as the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. James Mwangi. Next, we're going to hear from a young lady from Sierra Leone. Her name is Philippa Pride Dole, and she speaks on behalf of the children of Africa. Let's give her a warm round of applause, please, as she comes up.
Hey, bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe. Mulembe lundi. Waya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko bulayi bwo kubanenda kama tunda.
Good morning. I am Philippa Kraidol from Sierra Leone, and I'm standing in front of you on behalf of all African children. I'm so happy to stand in front of African leaders. For the past 2 days, His Excellencies, we have had deep discussions, and we all agree that climate change is a child rights crisis, even though we, the children, contribute the least. In Malawi and Mozambique, cyclones have damaged schools and hospitals. In Kenya, Somalia, and South Sudan, drought has caused girls to be sold into early marriage. In Nigeria and Sierra Leone, my country, loss of nature has caused our parents to lose their jobs. Across Africa, people fight for water and land, making families move, forcing children into child labor. We as children don't want adults to feel for us. We want to be included in finding solutions. My fellow children and I propose these solutions. Support children's projects like child-led organization on recycling and tree planting. Climate finance should support school feeding, not just food, but a balanced diet. We also need finance to keep girls in school, not in child marriage. Children are innovative. If you give us technology, we will give you the solutions for our water, agriculture, for our sanitation, and for child protection. And we need children in the climate discussion. We were not included in the planning of the summit. In the future, that has to change. President Ruto, African leaders, let us create an Africa fit for every child. And Santi with a thank you. My name is Philippa Kreidel from Sierra Leone. In addition, can you help me? My fellow children, please join me. On behalf of the children in Africa, we want to present our declaration statement to the President of Kenya. Thank you.
Your Excellency Musa Faki, can I ask you also to come up to receive this, please? Thank you so much. And if I can ask the children, we know you have energy. You can move faster. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Can I ask the President of Sierra Leone, please? Sir? Please, sir. The young lady is from Sierra Leone, so wonderful to have the President there with her. Thank you. And here you have it, the children of Africa presenting their declaration and making it clear they have the solutions for all the problems that face them. They are innovative, they're faster than us, and we need to give them that space. Thank you so much. Excellent. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the young people. And I want to ask Fatou Jeng from Gambia and Yared Abera from Ethiopia to come and speak on behalf of the youth of Africa. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, invited guests. My name is Fatou Jeng from the Gambia, and I'm joined by my colleague here, Mr. Yarid Abela from Ethiopia. We are here speaking on behalf of African youth to not only share your urgency for climate action, but to share some of our key demands embedded in our declaration, which reflects our commitment as youth to be a part of the solution in shaping Africa's green growth agenda. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for recognizing the crucial role young people play in climate action. I think this is what we need from our leadership. However, as youth, we call upon the key stakeholders to recognize, promote, and invest in the decision of the Africa Youth Climate Assembly by establishing the Assembly as the principal forum for consolidating and meaningfully enhancing the coordination of youth engagement in climate governance across member states beyond the Africa Climate Summit. And we also urge the key stakeholders to support youth inclusion in advancing Africa's sustainable development goals and the Green Growth Agenda in official continental forums. We also would love to engage the African Union Commission's Youth Division and Department of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy to integrate the Africa Youth Climate Assembly into their structures and also aligning with Article 19 of the Africa Youth Charter on sustainable development and the protection of our environment.
We also urge the creation of an intergenerational green investment fund to support young-led innovations, actions, and green jobs for African youth. We also request for the lobby of the established United Nations Youth Office to domicile in Africa in line with the structure of global climate institutions. We call for engagement and investment in young people in exploring agricultural potential of Africa. In conclusion, we would like to also seek from key stakeholders to invest in youth-led research, innovations for identifying local climate solutions.
In conclusion, we believe that African youth have showcased their African-led solutions to the global challenge. Invest in us. Thank you so much. And before we just go, Your Excellency, with your permission, we would love to join our colleagues, the children as well, to call you on stage as well, and the AU chairperson, to also have our colleagues from the Africa Youth Climate Assembly team, Ms. Watuti, Mr. Brian Miner, and Alfonso, to join us in sharing the Africa Youth Climate Assembly Declaration. And I saw that my citizenship has been changed to Nigeria, so I am a dual citizen now, a Gambian and a Nigerian. Yeah.
This is the true treasure of Africa. It's her young people. Let's give them a warmer round of applause. They are the bright light. And here we have them handing over the Youth Declaration to His Excellency Moussa Faki and His Excellency President William Ruto. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call on the voices of the indigenous peoples. The Ogiek community live in Kenya's Mau and Mount Elgon forests, and some of you will know that these are critical water catchment areas. They are protectors of our forests. They are our forest keepers. A warm welcome to Judy Kipkenda from the Ogiek community. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, distinguished excellencies from different countries, our governors, and all other guests. Good morning. My name is Judy Kipkenda from the Ogiek people of Kenya. We, the African indigenous peoples, gathered for the African Climate Summit, Pre-Summit Forum, from the 1st to 3rd of September 2023, here in Nairobi, Kenya. Hereby, we call on African states, governments, bilateral institutions, and other actors to create a focal point and liaison offices at the African Union headquarters of Africa for indigenous peoples. We call on them to ensure effective and meaningful participation of African indigenous peoples in all development agendas and high-level decision-making processes such as the African Climate Summit. We call for stop to further displacement or forceful evictions of indigenous peoples from their territories. We call on you to affirm effective safeguards and security of land tenure and natural resources to guarantee bare minimum application of free prior informed consent, principles on any investments or projects on indigenous peoples' lands and territories as enshrined in the United Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights. We call for the recognition and strengthening of traditional knowledge systems that promote adaptation and resilience through policy frameworks and programs. We call for partnerships that integrate traditional knowledge with conventional scientific knowledge systems and practices. We call that you ensure ease of mobility of Africa indigenous peoples scattered across nation states through policy interventions and mutually negotiated transhumance protocols to help promote climate resilience. We also call that you develop clear guidelines and policy frameworks to cushion indigenous peoples from potential exploitation of dishonest investors, especially on carbon trading. We call that you accelerate meaningful and impactful sustainable development projects and benefit sharing. establish Indigenous Peoples Climate Resilience Fund to accelerate the realization of sustainable development goals and to mitigate against the impact of climate change on Indigenous peoples, in particularly women, children, youths, and persons with disability. In conclusion, we reiterate that although we, the Indigenous peoples, contribute the least to global emissions that lead to climate change, we suffer the most from its consequences. We are here with a solution and experiential lessons from Mama Africa. There can be nothing for us without us. Thank you so much. Mr. President, if you would like, I would like to present this to you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for that extremely important response. A warm round of applause there as well. Thank you. We'd like to invite a response now on behalf of the ecumenical community and ask Reverend Dr. Lesmore to say a few words.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa indeed is a religious continent, and therefore nothing can be done without recognizing the influence of religion in whatever that we do as a people and as a continent. Incidentally, the Africa Climate Summit is taking place within the season of creation, where people of faith and good intentions are invited to pray and take action for our common home that is bleeding and groaning because of human actions driven by greed. We, as a people of faith, we recognize that matters of climate change are matters of life and death and cannot be commodified, cannot be objectified, and cannot be politicized. And we are driven by that. And that is how, as people of faith, we gather during this summit, reminding ourselves that the welfare of the earth is our welfare. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Nairobi Declaration for us, having reviewed it, is both bitter and sweet aspects, which presents fears and hopes of the future. We, as people of faith that are often the first respondents in crisis situations, including the ones that are caused by climate change, are wrestling with the question whether there is honesty and truthfulness in the entire process of negotiation. We are worried that the sweet part of the declaration, which is the call to action, will be subsumed by exigencies of time and many other aspects. Your Excellencies, as people of faith, we continue to pray and act rightly for the common good of all, while calling for greater transparency in climate finance management. It is greatly going to be beneficial if a mechanism like what was used during the Global Fund to combat HIV, malaria, and TB, the country coordinating mechanism is very important, and if we can institute that, all the stakeholders within a country will find space in climate financing that will lead to greater adaptation and resilience for our people. May God bless Africa, our home, and our future. I thank you. Mr. President, I also have a text of sermon for you.
some additional evening reading, Your Excellency. I'd like to invite a response now on behalf of civil society, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance.
Dear Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm honored once again to address this all-important summit. Each of us, when we came here, aimed for an outcome that would be transformative and reflective of the urgency of addressing the climate crisis based on latest science, the imperatives of climate justice, and for Africa, recognition of the continent as the special needs and the circumstances region. Throughout the 2 days, we have listened to our leaders and all key stakeholders. We have no doubt, listening to our leaders, that they understand the existential threats posed by the climate emergency, and in totality, hearing from them, we have some convergence on very critical issues. And one of it is enhanced contribution by those who have caused the climate crisis to honor their commitment by deeply cutting their emissions, because that is where the biggest problem is, and ceasing from transferring the burden of action to the victims of their actions in the name of forced solutions to climate change. And so, also, providing, which is very important, adequate, predictable, and easily accessible finance, particularly for adaptation and resilience building in Africa. At this critical moment, Excellencies, we urge you to prioritize the suffering of the people of Africa, regardless of this outcome. We implore to act with one vision and speak one voice at the upcoming COP28 in UAE, and really urge you to really reflect on what is happening to our people. I want to conclude by saying that time is of essence. The scientific evidence is compelling, the window of opportunity is closing, and the stakes are too high. We must act swiftly, together, for a sustainable, ecologically just, equitable future for Africa and the world. And Your Excellency, following the protocol of others, I would urge that I present also a text, though I know we have presented and submitted our document. Thank you, Your Excellency, for accepting to receive me.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite a response now on behalf of parliamentarians, the Honourable Charity Kathambi Chepkwony, Chair of the Parliamentary Caucus on Climate Change.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Charity Kathambi Chepkwony, Member of Parliament from Kenya, from part of Rift Valley. Your Excellency, as members of Parliament from Africa, this is our first comment. Climate change is real. we are now here to act. As parliamentarians from Pan-Africa Parliament, Africa Regional Parliament, various national parliaments gathered at the parliamentary dialogue at the sidelines of the Africa Climate Summit that was on 31st to 1st September, we sat, Your Excellency, and these are remarks of the legislators from Africa. Number one, we urge the Africa leaders to prioritize climate change adaptation in their engagement in the global and regional processes and dialogue to address the climate crisis, particularly during the COP28. Number two, we call for increased support and solidarity from international community, especially the developed countries, to provide adequate, predictable, and accessible financing, technology transfer, and the capacity building for Africa adaptation effort, in line with the Paris Agreement goal of mobilizing US$ 100 billion annually by 2020. Our number three call, Your Excellencies, is prioritizing the rapid operationalization of the Santiago Network on loss and damage as means to catalyze technical assistance to developing countries that are vulnerable. And Your Excellency, our number four, we stress the need to more than triple adaptation finance for Africa, largely in form of grants, as current levels are insufficient to meet the estimated adaptation costs in developing countries in Africa. Number five, Your Excellency, we request for support to finalize the implementation of the global goal of adaptation under the Paris Agreement, which aims to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to climate change in a measurable, reportable, and viable manner. And our number six, Your Excellency, as legislators from Africa, we appeal for enhanced cooperation and coordination among Africa countries and the region to share best practices, mobilizing climate funds to scale advance across border programs. And our number seven, as legislators from Africa, Your Excellency, we are committed as legislators to effectively execute our legislative roles, oversight, and the budgetary mandate to ensure that Africa has the right legal and the policy frameworks and the needed resources to aid climate change in response interventions in Africa. And our number 10, as legislators, Your Excellency, we are calling upon Africa Union member states to ensure that members of parliament are part of the national delegation in various national areas. And lastly, Your Excellency, we applaud you as the President of Kenya for having this Africa's Climate Summit, for also having time and coming to launch our Africa meeting, which we had with the legislators in South Africa. And Your Excellency, thank you so much as legislators. We appreciate for getting this platform where we get position to share our ideas, our challenges, and the best practices. And lastly, Your Excellency, it is also good in this forum, I say that Kenya is the first country in Africa continent to have a Climate Change Act 2016. And lastly, Your Excellency, we have also managed to do the new Amendment Bill 2023 in inclusion of the carbon credits and the trading. Thank you, Your Excellency. Sir, allow me to submit what members of parliament have told me to submit to you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, you're getting your steps in. But Musa Faki is getting away lightly with no extra homework. So it's been noted, Excellency. Now I'd like to invite a response from the World Meteorological Organization and ask Piteri Talas, the Secretary General of WMO, to make a few remarks.
Your Excellency, the following is the statement from the World Meteorological Organization, which is a special agency of the United Nations for authoritative voice of weather, climate, and water. In light of the increasing impact of weather, climate, and water extremes over the African continent due to climate change, the most vulnerability of the continent and the need for the whole Africa to urgently adapt to the impacts of climate change. The World Meteorological Organization supports strongly the development of the Nairobi Declaration, and also strongly committed to supporting the development of capacities for the generation of sound and impact-based information services for climate change adaptation and mitigation. In particular, WMO, together with the relevant UN agencies through the UN Early Warning for All, which is commissioned by the UN Secretary-General Mr. Guterres to cover all the nations with early warning services by 2027, in the next 5 years. In supporting the strengthening of capacities of all the nations to generate and utilize the early warning services. In response, WMO with the African Union Commission and other UN agencies have just launched at this summit in the past 2 days the African Regional Climate Statement and the African Regional Early Warning for All Action Plan to enable information for supporting national, regional, sustainable social-economic development. African solution need a global support and also global contributions. Your Excellency, to garner the essential political support and provide strategic leadership for the early warning for all, WMO would like to confer the WMO continental champion role to His Excellency, the President William Ruto. And this is a great opportunity and also great honor. And I do believe this will provide the great support for the African climate solution. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your Excellency, the certificate from World Meteorological Organization. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency Moussa Faki, please also come and receive the certificate for all your hard work as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to now invite a ministerial response and ask the head of the delegation, His Excellency Mr. Kumaran Periasamy, the Additional Secretary of Economic Relations and Development Partnership, Ministry of External Affairs of the Government of India, to say a few words.
His Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson, African Union Commission, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of Kenya, Excellencies, Heads of State and Heads of Government, Ministers, dignitaries from various international organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to represent the Government of India at this historic Africa Climate Summit. The conversations over the past 2 days are an important reminder for all of us that the pathway to effective and enduring global climate action goes through Africa and with Africa. that developing countries, and particularly Africa, lie at the front line of our response to global warming, climate justice, climate adaptation and mitigation, food security, and biodiversity conservation. On behalf of the Government of India, I would like to congratulate President William Ruto for leading from the front for Africa on this vital issue, and applaud the Africa Climate Summit for underscoring the salience of Africa in addressing the climate conundrum ahead of COP28 in the UAE. I extend our congratulations to Kenya and to the African Union on the adoption of the Nairobi Declaration that crafts an agenda for AU ambition and action. India will work with the African Union on forging effective international climate action that works for developing countries and for the African continent. While developing countries have contributed little to the climate-related challenges that we face today, we remain disproportionately affected by climate-induced disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, as this summit closes, another summit hosted by India is about to begin in New Delhi on 9th September that will bring together the G20 countries. Climate change has been a key priority of India's G20 presidency, and it will find ample reflection at the summit. Ambitious outcomes adopted by the G20 towards climate action include the G20 high-level principles on lifestyles for sustainable development, the G20 high-level principles for a sustainable and resilient blue economy, the G20 high-level voluntary principles on hydrogen, G20 voluntary action plan on doubling the global rate of energy efficiency improvement by 2030. We look forward to unveiling more initiatives at the G20 summit in Delhi. Excellencies, it is India's belief that the Global South has to be a much larger and more vocal participant in finding solutions to intractable global issues. While most of us resoundingly endorse the urgent call for climate action, the ability of developing countries to take effective climate action is interlinked with the availability of means of implementation, such as climate finance, transfer of technology, and capacity building. The world needs to come together to make available accessible, adequate, and affordable climate finance to the developing countries, including Africa, for effective climate action and meeting their NDCs. Developing countries cannot deploy low-carbon climate technologies at scale unless a facilitative global technology transfer regime is in place. Recognizing this, India has undertaken a number of initiatives to fight against climate change. India counts on Africa as an invaluable partner and ally in these efforts and initiatives that can help harvest our intersecting opportunities and address our shared challenges. President Ruto welcomed us to a brave new future in his address here. It is a vision of the future that resonates with us, a future that recognizes the interconnections that bind us, and a future where our potential as countries and as people have an opportunity to find their due expression. I close by saying you have India's steadfast partnership in this endeavor. Asante Nisana, thank you and namaskar.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today, Africa speaks with one voice in telling the world, here we stand and change you must. Africa is the future of the world, and we are all so proud of the promises made and the progress in the Nairobi Declaration and the $23 billion in commitments. Congratulations once again to all our leaders, especially to our President, Mheshimiwa Rais, for your leadership and your commitment. We now formally close the Africa Climate Summit, and we will, as you leave the room, play the especially commissioned summit song. So on behalf of all of Kenya, thank you so much, all of you, for coming here for this extremely important and critical conference at a critical juncture in the world today. Asante sana. I'll hand you over now to Mike Gitonga.
Thank you, Zain. Mine is just to give you the exit protocols as we now proceed to the KICC courtyard for final remarks to all and sundry and to the stakeholders. So we'll kindly allow the excellencies to leave through the VVIP exit. Then the rest of us, I'll kindly request that we use the right as we all now proceed to the KICC courtyard. Let's kindly settle and allow our excellencies to leave first. Then we proceed for the final part of this in the KICC courtyard. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, as we now proceed to the KICC courtyard. I'll also request that we have all those doors open to allow all of us to leave seamlessly from that end in the KICC courtyard. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, as we now proceed to the KICC courtyard. I'll also request that we have all those doors open to allow all of us to leave seamlessly from that end.
We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, rise, rise, Papa.
And it is official. The Nairobi Declaration is already launched and Africa is ready to speak in one voice. The Nairobi Declaration has already been termed and billed as one that is going to propel Africa's agenda in the next series of forums, including the UNGA Forum, putting across their agenda that is Africa in as far as the transformation and the new architecture when it comes to climate financing, as well as inclusion of women, youth, and indigenous communities when it comes to matters of climate, especially when it comes to issues of the benefits, as well as a push by the United Nations there to have the operationalization of the loss and damage agreement of COP27, and looking forward to COP28 there, that is to be held towards the end of this year in December in Dubai, UAE. Just to give you a recap of what the 3-day inaugural Africa Climate Summit has been all about. Kenya has played host to that in that particular summit, and just now it is concluded, and some of the take-homes are in regard to how Africa will continue to harness its full potential when it comes to its mineral resources, as well as better transformation of the climate architecture when it comes to tapping into available international available funds there towards climate adaptation and mitigation. The president, who is President William Ruto there, as well as the AU chairperson, Musa Faki, have received quite a number of declarations there. One of them is to thank the AU, saying that this would not have been possible if the AU had not fully supported Africa's take and direction towards inclusion and renegotiation of terms where Africa is concerned when it comes to matters of climate change. President William Ruto has also gone further to thank all the heads of state, 15 of them in number, who have graced this particular occasion yesterday there, reiterating their commitment towards the transformation of Africa when it comes to matters of climate adaptation and mitigation. Also in this particular closing ceremony, we have seen President William Ruto receive several declarations there from children who echoed the fact that they want to be included in this particular cause of action when it comes to tackling climate change. The youth, while giving their declaration, what they put forth is also issues of inclusion. They're saying that the future needs to be assured and they need to be there to be part of the policies that are going to inform how the future will look like for them, insisting that they're not leaders of tomorrow but leaders of now. We also had the private sector there, led by James Mwangi there, saying that indeed the conversations were quite fruitful and that the private sector was ready to take up a leading role in as far as matters of climate adoption is concerned, clearly focusing on clean energy. We also had the religious section also saying that this particular summit has been good for them because a climate crisis is also a humanitarian crisis that needs to be addressed, and looking at the social economic aspects of communities. Talking about communities, the president has also received the declaration from indigenous communities who for long have been decrying being left out when it comes to the benefits of having these particular mitigations and adaptations. We also had a commitment from the global south, and just reiterating what the president said, that when it comes to matters of climate change, no one can stand alone. We are all feeling the effects of climate change, whether developing or already developed global south. I'd want to hand you over to my colleague Sarafina Robi, who has been at the auditorium, so to speak, also to give us her view of what has been the 3 days of the inaugural Africa Climate Summit. To you, Robbie.
Change the climate story and show ourselves in all our splendor and glory. Yeah. Let's come together now to bring down all barriers for a greater tomorrow. So Africa, arise. Let us all arise. Start to be counted. Arise. Let us all
Thank you, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Why don't we give them a round of applause for that wonderful production. And at this point, allow me to now invite His Excellency, the President of this great nation, the host President of the Africa Climate Summit, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Let's put our hands together as we welcome him. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ministers present, distinguished participants, delegates, the people of the great city of Nairobi and Kenya, good afternoon. Hamjambo? Jambo? I'm not hearing it clearly. Jambo? This week, African leaders from government and the private sector, as well as academic, scientific, technological, philanthropic, and civil society sectors converged in Nairobi to confer, consult, deliberate, and formulate consensus on a clear, new, bold, innovative, transformational, and distinct African position on how the international community must engage with the undeniable climate emergency that is threatening human well-being and life on our planet. The Africa Climate Summit is both a demonstration of the unwavering collective commitment of the people of Africa to their vision to make humanity's first home here in Africa, a land of abundant potential, limitless opportunity, and the possibility of shared prosperity. It is also showcases our determination to mobilize a global coalition of emergency responders to ensure that the industrialization necessary to drive future economic transformation restores our planet's vitality and ecological balance. At the summit, our shared understanding became clear that Africa is not only the cradle of humanity, it is indeed the future, and that we are the last frontier of untapped potential in the form of hundreds of millions of young men and women who are educated, skilled, motivated, innovative, ready and willing to drive the enterprises and industries that will unlock the possibilities promised by our immense endowments of natural assets, mineral resources, and green energy potential in order to unleash opportunities and prosperity for Africa and the world on an unprecedented scale. At the summit, we also made it clear that we are aware of the unjust configuration of multilateral institutional frameworks that perpetually place African nations on the back foot through costly financing, which plunge our economies into debt trap and deny them resources needed to mitigate and adapt in response to climate change, invest in energy transition, and facilitate industrialization to create jobs and wealth, and to reduce inequality. As a continent, we have developed our common position, which encapsulates our ambition for socio-economic transformation and our climate action agenda. This position is anchored on the potential that Africa holds to decarbonize the global economy and set the stage for green industrialization throughout the world. We demand a fair playing ground for our countries to access the investment needed to unlock the potential and translate it into opportunities. We further demand a just multilateral development finance architecture to liberate our economies from odious debt and onerous barriers to necessary financial resources. We are clear in our minds and hearts that the international community must walk with us in this journey into a future of prosperity and security in an ecologically balanced, thriving planet. We are therefore determined to have difficult conversations, take hard decisions, and make uncomfortable changes to set international consensus on an Afrocentric and globally inclusive path into an African future. On a continent as young as Africa, it is impossible to imagine the future without the youth. Our young men and women in every African country are the primary stakeholders who will define and drive our agenda for green transformation and sustainable opportunities. Our message will not be clear if the voice of the youth is missing. Our efforts to achieve prosperity will not succeed if there are no opportunities for the youth. And our journey will be long and hard and in vain if the youth are not coming with us. Let the declaration of our commitment to act in unison and deliver our aspirations go forth in the firm, clear voice of a united Africa from Nairobi today, and tell the world about Africa's youth potential, opportunity, and its capacity to actualize a world of possibility. We understand that possibility, opportunity, potential, and youth all point to the future. That is why Africa is the continent of the future, because we are a young continent, green and futuristic. Thank you very much. May God bless you, and may God bless Africa. Let me now take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce my colleagues, the men and women who patiently have waited for this final moment for us to endorse the Nairobi Declaration that sets the path for not just Africa to develop solutions for Africa's challenges, but to develop solutions for global problems. We are very confident that going into the future, starting from Nairobi to New York to UAE, our message will be clear, our message will be forthright, and our message will be firm. Let me introduce my good brother, the Africa Union Commission Chairman, Musa Faki. Pigeni makofi jameni. Let me also introduce my dear sister, right here, the President of Ethiopia, my dear sister, Saleh Work-Zewde. She's here. Let me also introduce my brother, who just joined us last evening, the President of Chad, Idris Deby Itno. Thank you very much, my brother, and welcome to Nairobi. Let me also introduce my brother from Sierra Leone has just left. Let me introduce my elder brother, the President of Djibouti, the one and only Mzee Omar. Thank you very much, Mzee, for standing in, being with us all the while. Your advice has been phenomenal. Let me also introduce the old man in a hat, the President of South Sudan, President Salva Kiir Mayardit. Thank you very much, Mzee. I know you have taken time with your advice, patiently nudging us on until the final full stop was put in the declaration. Asante sana. Let me also introduce in our midst a great revolutionary, a great leader who knows Nairobi, Naivasha, Nakuru, Eldoret and Lamu and all the other places. President Isaias Afwerki, the President of Eritrea. Welcome, Your Excellency. We don't take for granted that you're here to append your signature to this great declaration as we march forward in unity as the people of this continent. Let me also introduce my good brother Sama, the Prime Minister of DRC. Pigeni makofi jameni. Thank you very much, my friend. I know you are very keen as we discussed what to do with our natural carbon sinks. And your contribution in making sure that it is reflected appropriately in our declaration is greatly appreciated. Let me also thank my brother Nangolo, the Vice President of Namibia. Pigeni makofi. Thank you very much. And the Vice President, my dear sister, the Vice President of Angola. Pigeni makofi. Thank you very much. And of course, our sister Patricia Scotland, our Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Pigeni makofi. Thank you very much. And of course, the grandfather of Africa, Baba Olusegun Obasanjo. He was right here to make sure that we never try to do the wrong thing. Thank you very much, Mzee. And you have supervised us all the way. I tried to persuade him that we can do the rest alone, and he said no, just in case you make the wrong step last minute. So that's why he is here. Let me also recognize my brothers ministers who are here. All the ministers, thank you, and heads of delegation. I really want to appreciate our first ladies. They're right here. My good brother, the Deputy Prime Minister from Somalia, thank you very much for coming. And all the dignitaries, forgive me if I didn't mention your name directly. It in no way say your contribution was any less. We appreciate everybody who has been here. Thank you very much, Nairobi, for welcoming all our guests. Thank you very much, the people of Kenya, for welcoming all our guests. My very best wishes as we march on with the Nairobi Declaration into the next destination. Asanteni sana, God bless you, and God bless our great continent. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, marks the end of the Africa Climate Summit 2023. Have yourselves a good afternoon. God bless. Take care of yourselves and each other.